Hello there, magic monsters. Welcome to the stream. So, I think there might be nobody here. Somebody said hi. No, that wasn't a thing. Maybe it was. I don't know. Anyways, if you're here, welcome to the stream. This is a wonderful stream. I have been addicted to Civilization 6 again. So I put this out. This is the Sid Meier's memoir. And this game can addict me. It's also great for weight loss. If you don't have anything else to do and you just want to not eat, then that's a good game because it can keep your mind off of eating. Let's see. Let's close that down. My window is probably too wide here. I just opened this project up that I'd been working on, and now it's opening in safe mode. Probably had a bug when I quit, and that's that. It's saying something is inaccessible due to its projectile data speed. Yeah, protected internal. What's the difference between protected internal and protected float? Let's find out. We're going to ask a chat. What's the internal do? And this is the writer AI. In C#, internal is an access modifier that means a member, be it a field, method, or property, is accessible from any code in the same assembly, but not from another assembly. Therefore, protected internal is a combination of protected and internal access modifiers. It means that a member is accessible within its class, within its assembly, and also within any derived class, irrespective of whether the derived class is in the same assembly or a different assembly. Speed. Okay. What's an assembly? What's an assembly? Fundamental unit of code. Blah, 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 blah. Executable. Library. I think in this case, then, if I'm understanding that correctly, it doesn't matter. I was just wondering because I added that. But now it's saying that needs that. So, interesting. What is... All right. So, in this case, it apparently is still saying it needs to be protected internal. So protected, okay, now I'm understanding it. Protected means itself and its derived classes. So any, projectile data, anything that derives from projectile data. But internal also means other things can also access it. And in this case, constant speed is an eye movement behavior, which itself is a, nope. Oh, that's an interface. A constant speed's it should be a mono behavior. This needs to be a mono behavior, which implements eye movement behavior. Wait a minute. I've been working on this. So there's here we go. Movement behavior. This constant speed is going to be updated. There we go. I was getting confused because I'm like, I updated this. Movement behavior is a projectile behavior, which is a scriptable object, which has all this random stuff that you might be able to override. Right now, this one does nothing. It's not intended to be used itself. Instead, things will derive from it, like movement behavior and collision behavior. And so that's that. All right. How's everyone doing? Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and say hello to me so I know that you're alive and that you care about my well-being, my social well-being, because this is my Saturday night. I actually did go out to coffee with someone today, so that's something, right? I went out. Okay. Well, if that bug comes up or those errors come up again, we'll deal with them. All right. So this is where we are. What am I doing today? Oh, first, because I made a video the other day. I don't know if you saw it. It's on YouTube. If you've heard of YouTube, I made this video on YouTube. You can see it. It's doing pretty well. It's this one. Where's my latest videos? This one, this AI Voices one, 764 views, which is a lot more than my videos usually get. So it's not a lot when it comes to like, Wyman or Story or someone who's super famous and all that stuff. Jeez. But it's doing well, way better than my other voices. And it uses level 11 labs. I'm not going to, we've got the volume down anyways. We're using level 11, or not level 11. I keep saying level 11 labs to do this voice thing. And so what's really neat here is you could do a speech to speech. So let's, I don't think I can hear what it sounds like for some reason. My audio, I believe, is working. I set up my audio properly. Silly Apple made the sound settings under an extra click. Because I can see that you can hear my background music. I think you can. Yeah, I see it going. And my audio settings are such. I've got this black. I think this is the one I'm supposed to be using. Let's see. If I change to this, and then that's, that's output. Input. Test. All right, yeah, the test is definitely working. Okay. Does that change anything? No, I don't know. Anyways, I can't hear what you can hear, so I don't know if this is going to be super fun for me. Let's see.
As an organizer,
I can hear that.
The world is, as it is, not as I would like it to be.
Okay, I think my volume is just really low, so I can't hear it. So that's good. Okay, so let's try something. We're gonna choose Nicole. I like that voice, and we're gonna record. So this is you can do this right now just by going to that link. I'll put the link of my partner. It's a partner. It's an affiliate thing. Hey, Greg, how are you doing? So we're gonna do a thing here. And I think I'm gonna start using this in my videos. I'm just gonna record some audio real quick. Hopefully it can record while we're still streaming. Let's find out. Oh, this is a Mac thing probably, but when I hit record, I'm gonna press play, so I need to trash. Okay, so we're getting ready, record, and oh, hello there, Greg. Welcome to the Magic Pig streams with Infinity PBR. I really hope you're having a great day and that you're living your best life and that you have no bugs except easy to squash bugs. So I just recorded that. That's my lovely voice. We're going to generate this. Now, I think I might be logged in, so I might have just used some resources. Yeah, I used some of my resources. I can't hear it. Did that work? I can't hear it. I couldn't hear it. Whoops. Wrong button. What the heck? Why is that doing that? What is that? What's going on? Why is that? I'm just clicking my desktop and it keeps making everything go in and out. What's going on here? Is that a new Apple thing? That when you click on your desktop, everything disappears? You know what? It's a new Apple thing. That must be a new Apple thing. Interesting. It's all right. It's fine. It's fine. I tell you, it's fine. All right. Yeah, it must be a new Apple thing. It's convenient, I suppose, if your desktop is cluttered with all the windows, but I don't think it worked. Yeah, I think the dual microphone use is messed up. Anyways, try it yourself on your own time. That's it. Just try it yourself on your own time. Let's move on. It's really fun and scary. It scares. It really does I've been thinking way too much about that and the UFO stuff, all the UFO stuff. Have you been following the UFO stuff? Have you? You should be. You should be. Anyways, we're going to use AI today. AI is going to be amazing. It's going to destroy the world. It's going to rebuild the world. Reorder multiplication. All right. All right, so this is what we got going on here. I am making a... Let's fix this first. Update can take no parameters. Okay. This is what we need to do this to be tick. Fixed tick. Late tick. Because these are scriptable objects. They're not... collision behavior, projectile behavior, and movement behavior. Okay. And by the way, I will be trying to mute myself if I have to cough or sniff really loudly or something, because I am still recovering from 2 weeks ago at Unite and not sleeping enough, and so I've been a little under the weather. Better every day, just slowly. All right, so that was fixed. This is what we're doing. I'm making a projectile system that takes a thing that shoots or that produces a projectile, then produces that projectile, and then makes it go. Now, the thing is, right now I've got a projectile that doesn't do anything, so that's fine. But, you know, we're spying a projectile. No big deal. And that red one's going to be spying projectiles too. But eventually these projectiles will do stuff and all sorts of stuff. But for now, they just spawn. And I'll probably make an object pooler maybe too at some point. But that's where we are now. It spawns. But it's going to be very extensible. Hi, Corey, by the way. I didn't say hi to you. I apologize. That was rude. Rude of me to not say hi to you when I saw you talk. So, not on purpose. It wasn't rude on purpose. So what we're doing is making that projectile. Where was I? Where I left off? I forget. I had made this behavior stuff, projectile behavior, and then we have our movement behavior and collision behavior. And then on the object itself, this magic missile. See, it's a magic missile. It looks very magical. Magic missile is going to have all these. So we have the basic projectile data. Now we need behave data in the movement behavior. Data objects, projectile data. Okay, move. I haven't even created one. So projectile system, movement behavior. This is going to be magic, or no, it's not even going to be magic missile. It's going to be move forward. Forward, just move forward. So Z direction 1. So the old hi Destin, the old cucumber projectile weapon. If you, so the thing that's I keep wanting to put speed on this because you're going to move forward. Great. What direction? Great. How fast? Well, this doesn't tell you how fast. Right? Because this is simply movement behavior. It's not speed behavior. That's going to be on the data. So we're going to put movement behavior here. Projectile data has speed. And why does projectile data have speed? Because this is going to be different for every... Well, it might be different for every object. So it could be like I could name this magic missile projectile data. And so I know this is only for the magic missile. And then I assign it right here. Or I say, hey, a lot of objects are going to have the same speed. They all go the same speed. So I'm just going to say basic projectile data, assign that to magic missile, movement forward. So I know that it's going to move forward and at the speed defined by basic projectile data. But when you look at projectile data here, this is the basic one, but these are virtual methods. So when you actually ask for speed, we're going to do that. And for this one, let's just comment out that, because that's going to be updated. So don't look over there. It's going to be, it's crunchy dill, magic missile. When it actually gets the speed, it actually uses this, and it uses calculate speed. In fact, let's do one more thing here, because we're calculating the speed, but we don't want to calculate it every time. So we're going to cache it. So we're going to say private float speed and private float damage. Now, these are scriptable objects. This is meant to be an instance, so we're going to have to make sure we make instances of these objects, because we don't want this to be cached on the actual object. We want it to only be cached on the instances. And so we're going to say equals -1. So we're going to start these at -1. Actually, they might actually be -1, so we don't want to do that. We're going to say, wait a minute, can I do like an auto property get? Let me see. I'm going to ask the AI, because I believe I can turn this into an auto property. Can this be turned into an auto property so that speed and damage are always computed and cached in calculate speed and calculate damage, but if they've been cached, then it will return the cached value. Of course, this is something that you would do on your derived classes. Oh, backing fields for the arrow properties. Look at this. This is new for me. This question mark. What does the question mark after float mean? I think that means it's a nullable property. Is that right? Yes, it's a nullable type. So I've learned about this recently. That's why I knew the word nullable. So Corey, you're getting to the point of this, is that it could, but that's up to you. So the idea is, when you think of like game modules, of course, things like your skills and all that can affect things like speed and damage. That's why you're going to have to write your own. So I'm going to produce for you a data object that lets you put in a fixed amount. And you're going to be able to write a data object derived from that overrides the calculate damage or calculate speed in order to find out the right speed or the right damage. I will provide also tutorials on how to do that for folks. So nullable type. All right. By default, types cannot be null. However, there are cases where you might want to represent an absence of value, and for this you can nullable type. So in this case, in this example here, these are now nullable types, and what we're saying in these properties is now, in these properties is now, if it doesn't have a value, then calculate it. Otherwise, return that. Now we can make this a smaller null coalescing assignment. I believe this is called null coalescing assignment. Let's find out. Is this called a null coalesce? I can't spell it. Assignment. Luckily, it knows I can't spell. Bing, 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 bing. I'm absolutely right. I got some positive feedback. So this is basically saying if it's null, then assign this value to it. Assigns the value of its right-hand operand to its left-hand operand only if the left-hand operand evaluates to null. So damage, null coalescing, Damage, calculate damage translates damage equals calculate damage if damage is null, else keeps at current value. Simplifying the assignment for checking and handling nullable types. Here's how it looked with an is, if, else. So that's the same thing there. Does that make sense? Makes sense to me now. So null coalescing operator. So there's no setter. The setter is done through this here. Or the set's done right here in the get. And the calculation's done here. Now, you might want to this can change. So again, Corey, to your question about the strength affecting the speed or even the damage, of course, the damage, that might change. You shoot an arrow and then you cast a speed spell. Now your arrow's faster, whatever it is, accuracy, whatever it is. So you might want to not have this happen. In fact, that's a good point. That's a very, very good point. Okay, we're going to change this, and I'll tell you why. Because these are not virtual. These are. And I don't want to make everything virtual and make you rewrite everything. So we're going to move the setting into the calculation here, and we're going to say if... Okay, so we're going to say if speed, the nullable float here, private float, is has no value, then it's going to be speed. And then we're going to return that. Interesting. Interesting. So I can't do that. I thought I would be able to, but I can't return nullable type. So I guess I could make these nullable types. Right? Okay, and then we can say if speed is null, then make it speed and return that. All right, we'll do the same to damage. Okay, and then for these we'll go back to simply calculate speed. Is there a way to what just happened? Oh, ads. Okay, did everybody see that ad or was it just me? It's a question for you. So YouTube now has ads, or more. They have always had ads, of course. They have more control over ads or something, but I selected to have ads randomly. Okay, so you can see it. So it's going to be random per viewer. So if you do get an advertisement, I won't know it. I just got a 5-second ad that just interrupted it for 5 seconds. And so I was like, oh, I'll pause for 5 seconds while everyone watches an ad and makes me a penny. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. Oh, now there's more people watching. So I wonder if right after they do the ads, they're like, oh, let's also show more people this. So they click into it. All right. So this is not working because this is supposed to be a null. Is there any issue? I'm going to ask the AI. Is there any reason to not use float instead of float for performance or other considerations? The decision to use it, slightly more memory, because it stores an additional Boolean internally, which is what I was going to do externally. Not typically insignificant. Okay. So what we're going to do is change this to that as float. Can we not do it like that? Nope. Okay, let's see. Maybe you did have an ad in your head. Yeah, it's a new thing, Dustin, for YouTube, I think. Is there a way to convert the nullable float to just float in the speed and damage property? You can by doing this. Oh, dot get value or default. I didn't know that existed. All right, that's good. So the point of all that was that the null coalescing, the only issue that I was concerned about here was really the null checking. That's constantly checking null. I wanted to constantly check for null. So this will basically say get null. Okay, this is what we'll do. We're going to move this down one level because I don't even want these to be null coalescing. As float. Okay. Let's try something. I want to move it down here. If okay, wait. I removed it in the wrong spot. Okay. So these are going to be null coalescing. If speed has value, return speed value. Otherwise, okay. So there's value. I didn't know that there was a value here too. And we'll do the same to damage. So if damage has value, we return the value. Otherwise, set the value to speed, damage in this case, and then return the damage value. And we don't need the null coalescing anymore. We can just set it. Okay. And now this is the only nullable type. So that's only going to be checked. So we're still going to check that. Either way, we're going to do that check. Either way, that check's going to happen because the point is that we can't have these be -1 because it's possible that speed and damage are both -1. That's an outcome that could happen. Probably not likely in most scenarios. Speed's generally positive. Damage is generally positive, but that's not guaranteed. So we do need to check to see if it's null. To be fair, most things will just override this. So this is probably overcoding this. Yeah. And so, because I want to demonstrate best practices, and this being overcoded, because the value is always just going to be this in this version, I'm going to undo all of that. It was a fun foray into some new topics. I learned a thing about null coalescing operators with the dot value and the dot get value or default. But for this here is, and I'm going to put a note in a note for future people. Note, you will likely derive your own projectile. You will need to write a more, for example, one that calculates speed based on distance target or stats or whatever else. You may also want to cache the computed values in a new private variable if they won't change during gameplay. Entirely up to you. All right. Chance. Whatever. All right. This is the writer AI. Yes. Yes, so Writer AI will do this. The GitHub is the one that shows up. So if I say A method that returns the word hi there when called. And then GitHub Copilot does that. So that part was GitHub Copilot. I just had to type this method and it did it. It said, oh, I think I know what you're going to do. And it did it. So that's GitHub Copilot, which is in use. And then Writer AI is in use. We might use ChatGPT at some point too. Oh, Tech Dave, you are correct. Hello, Tech Dave. Yeah, that was the nullable type. Nullable types. Basically, the concept is, if I'm gleaning the concept correctly, that it restores a bool in the background. Before, I would do things like, okay, private speed, float speed. Oh my gosh, I can't type. And then I do private bool speed, and then speed calculated, and then we'll do if. Well, in this calculated speed, will be like if speed calculated return speed, right? So the nullable one just has this bool built into it, and that's that. Does that make sense? So it's just less things to write, I suppose. All right, so this is the basic. Speed, damage, blah, blah, blah. The movement behavior determines how it moves. It doesn't determine how fast it moves. It determines how it moves. Now, there could be a speed mod in, like, let's say you had a speed that pulses slower and faster, then maybe you would take the speed and a speed modifier for minimum maximum. That is, you basically, the whole system is meant to be that, oh, if you want to change your basic way of doing, you can write a new one of these that just handles a new type of movement you want to do for your game that's slightly different. You can make new versions of whatever is in the demos, etc. But it should enable any kind of movement from now into the future. So, yeah, it's interesting, Tech Dave, because I'm pretty sure it is based, but I believe they also have seeded it with more information. This is similar to Unity Muse, which is available now, I believe, out of preview. And that also is almost certainly based on ChatGPT. They all are. But I believe they're able to imbue it with additional data. So like the Unity one, they say, I think it's filled with the data from their docs and I think just the docs. So all the documentation. So it should give you better Unity answers, where the Writer AI is likely to give you better coding answers, if that makes sense. It might not be as specific to Unity. It's going to be because a lot of people use Unity, but it's not necessarily going to be specific to Unity, whereas Muse is going to be much more specific to Unity because it's got all the docs. So, all right. So that's that. We got a tick here. That's going to be called from our update. All right. So now we are back to the basics here. And Magic Missile has the basic projectile dare, basic move forward, very basic here. So let's look at this itself, the Magic Missile. We got a speed right here. So this is actually going to be the uppercase speed for the property. All right. This is all chaotic right now, just a heads up. So we're going to do a debug log here. We are calling launch log launch. All right. It's called once cast projectile. So this is our demo caster. That's the little player, this player here, the blue guy that runs around. And demo caster does cast projectile. We instantiate the projectile at the spawn position. We get the projectile base. So Magic Missile derives from projectile base. Projectile base has all these handlers and other things. I think we're going to use all of these, but maybe not. I don't know about the visual effect handler. we'll figure out those. Some we might remove. So it gets a projectile base, and then we call launch on the projectile base with the spawn position. Our spawn position. So we can... I doubt this is a huge save in the end, but there you go. So the position, target point is just forward. Oh, that's interesting. Targeting. So we're going to have to do that. Let's put debug.log, add targeting behavior. So right now it's just going to be forward, right? But obviously you don't always want to be forward. So you might have a projectile that moves forward at a constant speed. Oh, wait a minute. Interesting. Wait. So obviously projectile based launch is taking, okay, launch point, target point. So if we're launching forward, we just pass forward. If we're going to launch at a target, then we launch at a specific target. And this launch takes in those. So I'm gonna wrap my head around this. It might, Dustin. I'm just making a demo here. Come on. I think this is the thing that's I'm gonna have to communicate this well. Actually, that you can get a magic missile that follows a target. You can get one that shoots 4 missiles and then coalesce, or not coalesce. I've got that name word, and then combines onto the target. That kind of behavior. I'm going to have a lot of different behaviors built, but this whole point of this is that any behavior can work. You might have to write it yourself, but rather than writing a whole system, you can say, great, I've got most of the versions I need, all these common arrows. And arrows, there's going to be trajectories. There's going to be math in the physics in the trajectory and all that stuff. There's going to be a lot to this system. But for something like how it behaves, while you're going to have a lot out of the box, if you want something that's not already there, that's maybe unique or maybe unique to your game that nobody's ever thought of before, then you can write that. And you only have to write that. And everything else you can just continue to use, and it should be a lot easier and save you a lot of time. So currently Magic Missile just does that. But the idea is that even when you have Magic Missile, you can just change the movement behavior to a different movement behavior. Everything else works the same. Collision stays the same. The audio stays the same. Trajectory predictor stays the same. All of those things stay the same. But now it moves. It moves differently. I mean, you can even do that at runtime too. So you could cast a spell on an existing missile that's in the air and change how it moves. You could change the target of it. So suddenly, if it is a homing one and chases the target, you could cast a spell on it, change the target to the caster, and then all of a sudden it goes and chases that caster instead. So there's a lot you can do with this. That's the whole point. But right now, I just need it to move. I just need it to move, and to get my head around exactly how we're going to make it move. Projectile base is a mono behavior, so we have update. In our update, we're going to do protected void for both of these. In our do that, if the movement behavior is not null, then we're going to move. And let's close out stuff that we're not using here. Movement behavior. This is the most basic movement behavior, is just move at a direction. Right. Let's see. speed's agnostic to the way it moves. Speed's agnostic to the way it moves. The movement behavior might modify the speed, but it's agnostic otherwise. Local direction. Okay. All right, so we launch, apply modifiers if there are any. What those are, up to you. Could be like ice or anything. So you could, like, let's say you have an arrow and you want to add of ice, add the ice modifier to it. And now when it's shot, it has that modifier, which might show a new particle or something. Yes. It's a new asset. I decide I want to work on Legend of the Stones. I want to redo the shooting system because I don't know if you, for those of you who, I think you guys were all actually on those streams back in the day, when I was building my shooting system, I got it working just fine, but I was hacking it a little bit. And I thought to myself, well, with the AI's help, I can probably do better on the physics. I hacked the physics. I had a little curve and it worked perfectly fine, but it was an approximation with that animation curve that made it work. So I decided I could redo it, and then I was thinking, well, really, it's more than just arrows. It's any projectile. And then I thought, well, I should just make a projectile system. You know how that goes. Now I'm making a projectile system. Projectile power or something. We'll see what it's called. Because I want it for my arrows, but there could also be magic spells and other stuff, you know? And then whether you want it to be a target, something you can see the trajectory or you can't see the trajectory or something. So I figured, let me just do it right and make it a thing. And then if I do it really well, then maybe you guys would all want to use it in your projects or other people. So that could be fun. All right. So then we play the launch sound. Playing launch sound if the audio handler is done. Okay. And then so this is all the setup stuff. So let me make a note of that here. Launch is all the setup actions that need to happen. So it's all launch stuff. All right. So what we could do then is say, these are actually going to be protected virtual. But maybe, I wonder if we don't, yeah, I guess we could put those there. Okay. Okay, play launch sound, launch movement. And that's going to be very similar to the others, where it's going to be if there's no movement behavior, and return. Otherwise, we say movement behavior. Oh, we have setup already. Setup. Okay, let's do a public virtual void launch. Okay. I might refactor I'm going to refactor that. Not might. I'm definitely going to refactor the shit out of all this at some point. So this is actually be launch. So we're going to do why is that? Projectile base, projectile base. Oh. This. Okay. And really, I'm not ready to do the sound and the modifiers. Those aren't really going to be a thing. So let's start by doing, how do I want to do this? I don't know how I want to do this. That's why I'm wishy-washy here. Launch or set up actions for behaviors. And so we're going to do if not movement behavior, or if movement behavior, then movement behavior.setup. And we're going to do projectile data. So why is this different? Because it's AI generated. That's why it's different. Why is this one projectile data, not the base? I don't know. That one was the wrong one, though. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. 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 Setup is done. Is done on initialize on parent. Okay. Note to myself. This is where we do the setup. Okay. Okay. All right. See, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Eventually, maybe. That's where I'm not yet there. I just want to get the movement done first. It seems silly, doesn't it? I'm just trying to make it move. It's really easy to make it move, but I'm just trying to set these connections up in the right way. And then we'll handle targets and start adding the complexity. But I'm still just trying to wrap my head around how this is going to be architected. All right, so initialize should happen when it's created. Initialize to set the projectile with required behaviors. Or not. Do we ever need to do initialize? We do a launch, and then on update we do all the ticks. Yeah. All right, let's see. So this is going to be, what did I press? What did I press? Nothing. All right. It's going to be tick. And there's already a tick. Oh, I see why I did that. So, So tick takes in projectile base. It's going to be tick taking in projectile base. Virtual, no, override. All right, there we go. What's going on? It's public, not protected. All right, so public override void tick is going to do movement, basically. But I'm going to move this into a move method. So we are going to bring back the move method, but this time it's going to be private or protected, really. Okay. That way something can derive from this and change movement somehow. Or change tick if they felt like it. All right. All right. I think we're good. I think we're okay there. Yeah. It could be. There could be a cooldown. Tech Dave. That would be on the demo caster, though. Demo caster would be the one to handle any cooldowns. Magic missile is just a thing that... This is the object that's moving. It doesn't care about all the other things. All right. So we do the launch. I think this initialize doesn't matter. Okay. So I'm gonna zombie code it for a bit. Because I don't think we use it yet. And so we're going to do set up actions for behaviors. So if movement behavior, then movement behavior.setup. And collision data. Those are the only two that I've got set up, and collision data doesn't do anything yet, but it will soon. And then we're going to do just the setup. So those both will do whatever there might not be anything that they have to do. And that's it. This whole launch thing, I'm going to actually remove this. Because the setup is that. At launch, it gets set up. We don't need to do launch movement. And then we can ignore these for now. They don't have anything. And then on the update, which is on projectile base, we will do if movement behavior, then movement behavior tick this. And on collision enter, we'll do whatever. Debug.log on collision. I'm not even going to do that because I don't want that to spam. All right, so we're just trying to make it move. So right now, we're going to call that and see if it works. So we'll do our setup, and I'm going to do my movement behavior. Setup does nothing. We don't have to set up because it's just looking forward, right? Actually, let me see. When we launch it, target point. Okay. So in this case, we have the projectile base. I think instead of passing in the data, we're going to pass in the base for our magic missile here. So this. And I'll tell you why. The question was asked earlier about the target. When we launch, we get a target. Launch point and target. Target might not matter. And we're going to have to change this because null will be null if no target. And when we do launch, it can't be null. Can we make it nullable? Okay. There we go. So now demo caster for now will be giving no target. Later we're going to give a target, and then each movement thing will decide whether it cares about the target. If you're just moving forward, you might get a target, but it's just going to go forward. Doesn't matter. Yes, Dustin, you absolutely could. So the other night on a game dev group with Story, I'm in with Story, I was mentioning this, and he showed a I don't know. Well, maybe I can find the This could be a worthwhile search in my history. Show all history. Let's see. Wednesday. At nighttime. I wish there was there no times on these? Let's see. I'm looking for what Storey sent me. Trying to think when he sent it to me. History of the World Part 2. Not that. Imgur. This one. I bet it's this. Okay. Is it this? Yes. Storey sent me this. And this is basically, he said, oh yeah, I did something like that. So here he's shooting out these balls, and when they end, they spawn a tree. So yes, you could have a projectile. So first of all, you could have a gun or a cannon or a bow or whatever that shoots anything. It doesn't. You could have in your game, you could have a bow that shoots a cannonball, and you could have that cannonball, when it collides, spawn a gun that shoots a bullet. You know what I mean? Like you can take that any direction you want, and you could then have any type of gun that does, or any type of any type of thing that projects a projectile, any kind of projectile that has any kind of movement behavior, any kind of targeting behavior, any kind of other behavior. You could have it so that a projectile spawns trees every time it bounces. Every single bounces a tree. You know, you could do all sorts of different things. And you can, of course, loop them and combine them. So yeah, that's kind of the idea. So this is going to be a null. We're going to change that in the end, because you might have a target, but based on the thing you having, that target doesn't matter. Target doesn't matter. It's going to be null though. So we're going to do that on the magic missile. And so we're going to do a private. Is it private? Private vector 3. Oh, you know what? This shouldn't be vector 3. This should be a game object. Right? It should be a game object because and that can be null, so we don't need to worry about this whole nullable bullshit. All right, so it's a target object. And what we're going to do here is have on our projectile base, do a public virtual void set target to be game object new value, and this is going to do a private game object target and public game object target is going to be get target, and public game object get target is going to be return target. But there's actually going to be private protected virtual. All right. And this is going to be virtual 2, I guess, because you might want to override that. Or no, you wouldn't override that. You'd override get target, not target. Target's always going to be game target. So we're going to say target equals value. But you can override that if you want. All right. And then in our launch here, I'm going to update this to not be an abstract. We're going to make it a virtual void launch. And it's going to be set target to target object. And that's that. Okay, so then we go back to the magic missile. So there's two ways of doing that. You could repeat that code, or you can say base.launch and pass in the same stuff. I don't want to do that because I feel that sometimes I can get confused. Link in the chat. My apologies. I'm such a meanie. There you go. So I don't want to do that. So I'm going to do it specifically here. We're going to say set target to be target object. Then we're going to launch. I'm going to put this there. All right. There we go. Done. This is my done motion. There we go. Done. Now the movement behavior setup. Let's go back to our movement behavior setup. Is a projectile behavior. And why is this underlined? No virtual members. Okay. No inheritors. That's fine. So setup. What? Not setup. Setup. Yes, setup. But setup does nothing for this. We don't care because this default is just going to move forward. So tick moves forward. We should be good. Let's press play. See what happens. And apply that override. All right, press play, see what happens. Okay, that moved forward. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. So now, as you see, it's moving forward. It's not, however, moving to the direction that I am facing. But hey, we got some motion done. Now we're playing like old Contra games. Remember Contra? The first person levels? Those were my favorite levels in Contra, by the way. They were easier, I felt. Most of them. All right. And I believe these get destroyed at some point. Yeah. They should get destroyed at some point. Oh, no, they don't. I don't have that logic yet. Okay, never mind. All right. Yes, the peanut gallery is very demanding. I'm surprised you guys are here. I mean, it's still daytime. I'm not daytime, but evening East Coast, nighttime East Coast, evening, late evening West Coast. So it makes sense, but I was actually expecting very few people. Launch. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now we look at projectile base. What do we have here on projectile base? Not projectile base. Demo caster does launch this position. We need to pass in a rotation. You know what we need to pass in is the spawn transform. So launch is now going to take in a transform. And we're going to call this spawn transform. And then Okay, set target, and we're going to do set. Go back to our base here, and we are going to be casting our target in private transform launch or spawn transform. Spawn transform is going to give us our get spawn transform, and nope. If it's null, nope. Okay. All right, so that's what we're going to do. Returns transform. Spawn transform. And then we're going to do the set target. I'm going to move this up here. Set spawn transform. Be transform value. Spawn transform equals value. Okay. And then in our thing, we're going to set spawn transform to spawn transform. And we'll do, we're going to say cache spawn and target values. And we'll make that just a thing that happens here. Spawn, transform, and target object. All right, in that way, private internal, I think, no, protected. In that way, the base one can still call base.launch or just do that. And so we can just do that. I like suggestions. What's this? What's happening? Oh, yes. The flickering of the sprites. Ah, yes. Something to distract. Option, Alt, and plus keys. So that hasn't worked here. Let me see. Option and what keys? No. Oh, and those keys? Yeah, see, hasn't worked for me. Maybe it's a Mac thing. Must be a Mac thing. I haven't gotten that to work, Tech Dave. Or there's just no other options. But I wonder, maybe. Nope, that didn't work either. All right, I'll try it again sometime when there's perhaps an opportunity for more options. All right, so now we're getting our transform rather than just our position. So now when we do our setup, we're going to say movement behavior public override void setup. Not this. My left eye is twitching a lot because I haven't been sleeping enough and I've been stressed. So there you go. Setup, we're going to say game object transform wait a minute. Oh, okay, no. Projectile base dot game object dot transform. We can just say transform. dot look at projectile base dot spawn transform dot forward plus projectile base dot spawn transform dot forward. We can make a property for this, right? We can say public position vector 3 and say, see, I'm seeing an ad right now, so. No, I know the Black Friday sales as they come in. It's fine. It's good. I accept all sales. I'm not sure if you all saw the ad just now or it was just me, but I saw an ad. So I was saying the Black Friday sale went well. It not like 2 years ago. Well, much less than 2 years ago. Much less. This whole year has been really down on asset sales for me. I think I don't know. My library grew a lot, but the revenue just didn't grow for the past few years. It's been, even though the library grew, my audience has grown, revenue's just kind of flat. So, you know, I did game modules. That took a long time. That's still my pride and joy, I suppose. But I'm working on more tools now. So I'm definitely still working on a new human system. The new characters that are coming out are all characters that have been on my hard drive for probably too long and that we're just getting through. So I'm going to finish all those out. But I haven't ordered any new characters besides the new humans because that's going to be the big one. So the new humans and tools. That's what my focus is going to be for 2024. Get the new humans out. That's for Unreal and Unity. It'll be better in Unity, let's be honest. But it'll work in Unreal 2. Unreal 4, Unreal as well, and be a really good humanoid system. It's going to be much better. It's going to be amazing. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. And then other than that, tools. I want to make my game, and I figure tools. I can make tools without spending money. I can do it just by spending time. Characters cost a lot of money. Minimum $4,000 per character. That's bare minimum for everything, plus my time. And they just don't make enough money. They don't make that money back. It takes three years for a character to make that money back if you include the bundles that it gets into and stuff. So like the monster bundles and then humble bundles and all that stuff. So it's 2 to 3 years for that. And for the big ones, the hero characters, the dragons, like the Hydra, that I'm still working on, the humans, those are, I mean, the new human system is honestly tens of thousands. It's going to be in the end. There's just so much work, but that's a more popular thing, and I think that can make its money back maybe in a year. So that's a better investment. Other than that, just tools, because I'm going to make it for my own game, and I can do that with time. So that's the business talk for today. Spawn rotation. And we're going to do public vector 3 spawn forward. There we go. So we're going to make some special properties for the spawn transform. That way when we go back to our movement behavior, we can just say look at spawn forward. And we don't have to do all that other stuff. So our setup's just going to be look at forward. Let's see if that works. Yes, they are expensive. That's why, for those of you who buy assets from the asset store, you're getting a sweet, sweet deal. It did not work. Oh, wait, it kind of worked. Weird. No, it didn't work. Oh, look at that. They're all going to one spot. Well, that's not right. Let's see if spawn transform. Get spawn transform. Set spawn transform. Cache those values. This is an order of operations thing. So in our magic missile, we cache the values first. So debug.log spawn transform position is spawn position. Let's just make sure that this is working. We're going to check our debug logs here to see that this value is changing, and it is changing. Appears to be changing with the times. All right. But they're all going the same direction. Okay. So that's changing. Put a see. Let's talk to the AI real quick. Is spawn forward the position 1 unit in front of the transform in local space? Yes. That's what I thought. All right, so that might not be the issue. All right, let's check this on the setup then. Movement behavior setup. Debug.log. Oops. Spawn forward is spawn forward, and draw a yeah, sure, draw a line. All right. From projectile's base transform to the spawn forward for duration of 5 seconds. All right, let's just see if that works. And things are getting more expensive too. Unfortunately, I mean, it's just the way everything's getting more expensive. So the fact that I haven't increased, the revenue hasn't increased at all, it's actually gone down, is disturbing to me. All right, so we are casting the line just fine. We see that line up here, the red line, that is going to the forward direction. The problem is, it almost looks like for a brief moment it is facing there and then it switches. All right, so the problem is it doesn't stay doing that. So we are apparently doing this right. So what's the move do? So maybe it's move. I hate movement code, by the way. I really don't like, whoops, so much I deleted it. I really don't like, what am I doing here? Whoops, what am I doing? Why am I forgetting the, nope. What did I just do? Exit full screen. How do I exit full screen? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh my gosh. I've lost my mind. I've lost my mind. I just made it full screen. I'm just trying to do AI actions. Oh, it was just hidden because it was too low. This should just move the object forward on the local direction. I think it doesn't do that. All right. Yes, indeed. Local forward direction. It does. movement is going to be forward times. Wouldn't it be... wouldn't... In movement, wouldn't the vector 3.forward need to be the object's transform.forward? I thought it was supposed to be that. You're correct. Oh. Aha. Aha, I was right. So movement is projectile-based transform forward times projectile base, and this is projectile magic missile, is the object itself, transform forward, times projectile base speed times delta time. Okay. Okay. So let's make this a property. Well, okay, let's make sure it actually works first. How about that? Before we start making properties, let's make sure it works first. Oops, wrong button. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. I swear for the briefest of moments, you probably can't see in the stream, but for the briefest of moment, it looks like the cucumber is on the line, and then it just rotates. So let's check that by removing the move, so it shouldn't move at all now. All right, so I was wrong. It doesn't. It's not doing the look at. Debug.log should look at spawn forward. Is it doing that? Is it? I don't know. Should look at spawn forward. Okay, it doesn't appear to be doing so. Projectile base. Oh. Projectile base. Let's do a look at. A method called look at, which takes a vector 3 as a parameter and makes the transform look at that. Okay. Okay. I don't think that will change anything because I was just moving one slice of the code. No, it didn't change anything. Okay. Hmm. Let me try something. The rotations are different. but only slightly so. They don't seem to be looking at the right spot, basically. That's frustrating. We're getting this debug draw array working. Right? Oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, this is just movement behavior setup. Collision behavior setup does nothing. That would be on this. And we don't even call it. Okay, so no, that's not the thing then. Movement behavior setup, look at spawn forward. Or should look at spawn forward. I'm not sure. Let's talk to the AI here. Any reason why the projectile based transform should not be looking at the same spot as the spawn forward? The draw ray is correct, but the objects don't seem to look there. It's like oh, I should rename this then. It's not a forward direction. Or maybe it is. Is it? Oh. Public vector 3 spawn forward position. Oh, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. Jurat takes in a direction. This is a position. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Hello, Andre. How are you? How are you? There we are. Miss America. Do they still sing that? There she is, Miss America. All that Miss Universe, Miss, all that stuff is dumb. Okay. That's weird. That's a strange behavior. Here it's going to the right. And there it's going to the left. It's going to the right. Now it's going to the left of the gun. That's weird. That's very strange. I don't think this movement's right. Great. Now, this doesn't seem right. They're supposed to just move forward. I'm not even telling what's wrong. Okay, how about this? Move projectile dial base dot transform forward by in its local space. Okay, delete that. All right, let's see if that works. Sometimes with the AIs, you gotta be clever. And this is one of those times. All right, so now we are shooting in the direction we are facing. Speed is quite slow. All right, there we go. All right, so let's do a couple things. First, we're going to go to our basic projectile data. We'll double that speed to 10. There we go. It's much more pleasing. Now, this is acting like the speed of light. Is it natural then for a bullet to... Let's go to ChatGPT for this one. You're going to see my old... Look, I want to make pizza, and I asked if bugs are animals. And it locks me out UFOs. All right, so we're going to say if I fire an arrow from a moving car, does the arrow speed inherit the car speed? I think the answer is yes. Okay. So that means if we want to be as physically accurate as possible, we should add in the user speed. But that's kind of too much, right? That's kind of like if you want that, you can add that, right? Right? Yeah, I think I'm not going to go there. All right, that's overkill. All right, so we're going to make this an expression body. And it's going to be dot translate to that times that relative to space self. Okay. In our tick expression body, we will do the debug draw line. No, we won't do the debug draw line. And expression body. Okay. Why was I doing local direction? So you could change it. Yeah. All right. So that's cleaner, that's smaller, and confirm it still works. Always confirm it still works after the refactor. Okay. All right, so that's working. We're getting stuff shot. Okay. Okay, so let's pass in our target. For the demo caster, our target's always going to be the bad guy. So public game object target. Maybe I'll improve the demo later to make it have a different target. And we will put that in. All right. All right, so now it just goes forward, right? So this is where the magic comes in. Let's make a new movement. So we have our magic missile, it uses move forward. We're going to make a new one. This is going to be a new movement behavior. Okay, so let's try to see if we can get... I have to skip my own ads here. All right, I'd skip an ad. And now the ad's showing up here in the top. Stupid. All right. So now let's use the magic of GitBook's Copilot, GitHub's Copilot rather, and see if we can make this. So we're going to do a class which derives from movement behavior and adds a and homes in on the target. And target is going to be projectile based on target, which is on projectile based target, which is a game object, It needs a members for a rotation speed and max rotation angle. It should rotate towards the target and as it moves forward. Yep. All right, let's see if it works. Now it thinks I'm trying to do comments. All right, that's not... Okay, movement behavior. It's not doing it. No. All right, let's try this. Can you flesh out homing movement behavior? Aha, yes, you can. You know, it's remarkable how fast the speed of light is, right? It's remarkable how fast this can come back with a response. Like, it comes back with a response faster than I can even imagine it gets there. You know what I mean? It's just remarkable. It's just remarkable. All right. Let's see if this works. What are good defaults for the rotation speed and max rotation angle? I know, just give me something. Oh my gosh. Can you provide a decent average? 200 degrees, 30 degrees. All right, thank you. Sometimes we humans don't want to think for ourselves. I want to be explicit with the float by putting the F there. You don't have to. All right, so let's see. We're going to see if this works. So right now, our magic missile has moved forward. Oh, wait. We haven't done the... Okay, let's... let's do this right. So we're going to do this. We'll move it into its own class. Homing forward movement behavior. And basic forward. We'll make that basic forward. Oh, wait. Yeah. Basic forward. Homing forward. Movement behavior. Okay. And let's just put spaces in there. All right. So we got our move forward. Now we're going to create projectile system. Homing forward movement behavior. We got our basics defaults there. It's the same as that. It's just this. No script. Oh. Okay. Let me move it to its own. I don't know if that's going to muck things up. Muck, by the way, is another way of saying fuck. If you don't want to say fuck, you can say muck, and everybody knows, ooh, you mean to be dangerous, but you're a good boy, so you say muck it up. Yeah, muck it up, because you don't want to say, I'm going to fuck it up. All right. Hope that doesn't get me demonetized. Move to its own class here. All right, so now let's create the thing. Create projectile system, homing movement forward. For those of you who have experienced the ads, does it feel like it pauses the stream for you, or do you just lose a few seconds from the stream? I'm asking for a friend. I had to reload. I realized the stream wasn't playing for me, but the chats were, but the stream wasn't. And it's nice to see kind of where you guys all should be, but if you're all in the same thing. Okay, so now we're going to be home in on target. All right, so now we're just going to change this to say home in on target. And then press play. Okay. So now it's homing in on the target where the target was. Or something. We're going to do a debug. Okay, so it's doing something. But you see, this is it skips. Okay, that's annoying. It should give you the option of either skipping or not. To lose weight, my belt's too tight. You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. Some of you know what I mean. Some of you don't. So first of all, that's how easy it is to change the movement behavior. Just create the new object. So you could have any number of movement behavior with different rotations. So create the script, create the object, and then just replace it, and you're done. You don't have to change anything else. You don't muck around with anything else. But let's add some options here. We're going to add an option. It's going to be public bool follow target equals true. Okay, well this is the thing. All right, so we don't need to do that. Target. Wait a minute. Projectile base to target rotation. What's target rotation? Target rotation is look rotation, direction to target. Direction to target is calculate local direction, projectile base. That is calculate the local direction. If the target does not equal null, let's invert this. So if there's no target, then return local direction. Otherwise, direction to target is target's position minus the projectile's position. I have to change projectile base to just projectile. Normalized. Rotate towards. Okay. Let me ask the AI something. For some reason, after a few seconds, the object I think I know. Seems to go straight and stop rotating. I think while that's talking, I think I know. Maybe not. I could be wrong. It's happened once or twice. Make sure we get the right thing there. Let me just fire one. Nope. Yeah, after a few seconds, it starts. Okay. Piece could be potentially depending on how you're calculating the direction target. Specifically, to calculate local direction, you use calculate direction and limit the rotation. That kind of for time. It could be possible that the max rotation angle is too low. And projectile to align direction of the target in a single frame. How do these come into play? How's rotation speed? Rotate towards. Okay, well, let me. Before I make that change, how does rotation speed and max rotation angle operate? Do I really need both? Aren't they basically kind of the same thing? Distinct roles. Rotation speed is used to control the overall speed of rotating the object, dependent on the frame update, and it means each frame the object will rotate towards the target by this amount. Max rotation angle is serving as an upper limit constraint on the... Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. So the speed might be 360, but it's saying, hey, you can only turn up to 30 per frame. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay, it's now saying do this. Let's just see what that does. So far, Wheels. Oop. Once YouTube thinks you're primed and ready for an ad, ooh, you're gonna get it. Oh, I didn't have the return. No wonder. Okay. And it's going to be one of those long ads you can't skip. Whoops. Ah! Okay. There we go. Now they're like little sharks swimming in the water. Ha ha ha. You're going to get it. You're going to die. All right. So now we need to... Interesting. Target offset. How are we going to do... Look at that. There's math involved there. How are we going to do a target offset? Because we obviously we want it to be targeting the body, not the base. The base target is there. But we don't want to necessarily hard code that because every target is going to have a different actual target. Well, I guess that's on you to figure out what the target is. Ah, Jeff Lynch, you got premium. You Richie Rich there, flaunting your wealth with your YouTube premium, huh? You probably have someone mowing your lawn for you too. Just kidding. Do you get what's the value you get from YouTube Premium? I've often wondered, like, is it the shows? I think they have shows, right? Is it the shows or just skipping the ads? I was wondering about that. I've always wondered what's the value prop that people who pay for it get out of it. All right, so I'm going to change my demo caster. Actually, rather than change the demo caster, we're going to take our demo target and target object sphere, and we will say create an empty object, and it's going to be target position, and we will just keep that right there. And then on our demo, let me save that override, and then for our demo player, we're going to save the target position. That's how we're going to do it. And your target is, of course, going to be your target. So there you go. So now we have a homing thing. And now we can create a matrix-like thing that just goes like that and goes crazy, crazy, crazy. So many. All right. That's fun. All right. Let's see. I use YouTube a lot for meditating. Okay. Oh, yeah, and that would not work with ads. That would not work for ads at all. Okay, makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. For Halloween, I wanted scary music. I was going to be in somewhere else, but I had a bowl of candy out. And so I put some speakers in the window. And my friend has sent me a YouTube thing that was like 3 hours of whatever, but there were ads. So if I wasn't going to be home, well, first of all, just ads. And then second of all, I wouldn't be able to skip those ads. So they'd just be playing. That would ruin the ambiance of Halloween. So I had to find a playlist on Apple Music instead. I found that. But yeah, there you go. So that makes sense. No ads during meditation. I'm going to take a bathroom break. I will be right back. Did you miss me? Did you? I hope so. Let's see. Oh, look, my internal audio is down halfway. Is the background music too loud now? Or is it better quiet like that? That's where I had it. It's probably better like that. All right. All right, so where was I? So now we got that moving. What we need now is to add, now's a perfect time to start with the UX, the demo scene UX, and to show one of the powerful things that you can do at a runtime. Wait a minute, let me just... These are scriptable objects. Maybe I don't need to make an instance of them. Maybe it's just automatically doing that. Because I had a bunch of magic missiles all at once. Okay, let's quickly do a UX, UI thing. Create UI. All right, I'm not going to do that right now. All right, the point is, the thing I wanted to demonstrate was that how easy it is just to change. If we go to the magic missile projectiles, so the magic missile has the home in, so even at runtime, you can change on any of the magic missiles that and just change the behavior. So that means the behavior is that. And that also means, by the way, that if a lot of people are using this tool on Infinity PBR users, Magic Pig Games users are using this tool, and somebody writes a really cool movement behavior, you can just share that movement behavior and everybody else can use it. You could even, if you're really industrious, spend a lot of time or a weekend creating a whole bunch of new movement behaviors and say, hey, I'm going to put this on the asset store and sell it for $10 so that anyone who has this package and then buys my package has all this extra movement behavior. So you could do that. There's a lot you could do. People can add on to this. So that's part of the. I would hope people do that. I wish more people. By more, I mean one person's only ever made an add-on pack for the characters. They made a UMA thing for them. But anyways, all right, collision behavior. So collision behavior. Let's do that right now. Collision behavior is going to do what? So right now, collision behavior does this. If there's a hit, instantiate hit effect. All right, we're going to do a public virtual void create or spawn hit effect. It just knew what I was going to do. Okay, spawn hit effect. And then destroy, right? Is this where we destroy the object, or does that get destroyed elsewhere? Maybe it gets destroyed elsewhere. So on collision enter, debug.log collide. So, okay. This is, let me think. So this is on collision enter, we're going to collide, but the problem is it's going to collide with all sorts of random shit. And so collide with wherever that is. Okay. And now let's add in our, oh, we don't have collision data. We didn't create one yet. Movement behavior, create folder, collision behavior. Oh, see, I'm getting another ad now. They must know I watch a lot of YouTube, and so they're free to show me ads, and I'll just like skip them or something. Yes, so that is a good point, TechDave99. Great point. I did mention earlier about pooling. Excellent point. The what to do after it glides is like a death behavior. Excuse me. Is like a death behavior. So we're going to create collision behavior. And basic got hit. I don't know what we're gonna do. Basic got hit. There it is. It's in the list now. Basic got hit. Apply that override. And press play, and let's just see what happens. Nothing. And you know why? I know why. Because the capsule collider is here. Should be here. And we remove this. Actually, let's do a sphere collider. And we'll make it really small. So 0.2. We'll make it 0.1. And put it on, nope, the Z right there. All right. There's nothing for it to collide with. All right, and it's still not doing it. Is the demo target. Oh, collisions need what? One needs to have like a rigid body. For a on collision enter to work, I have a target with a capsule collider, and a projectile with a sphere collider. What else do I need? I think you need a rigid body on one of them, right? Or something like that. Yeah, rigid body. Both the projectile and the target need to have rigid body components. Doesn't actually have to be on both objects. One of them having it is usually sufficient. Most cases, especially for projectiles, you want them on both things. Is triggered. Make sure it's not marked as a trigger. And then the layer collision. Blah da blah da blah da blah da boo. All right, so our demo target is in the rigid body here. And we're going to constrain it. We're going to freeze the rotation on the X and Z. All right. So it doesn't fall down. That's good. All right, good. Oh, look, it's doing a thing. Pushes it. We don't want to do that. Collide with demo target. And I guess the magic missile, should that have a layer? It should. Add layer. Layer is going to be projectile. Okay, and magic missile is going to be on that layer. Yes, change children. And add a rigid body. Don't use gravity. What happens now? Whoops. A require component. Indeed. But is it actually, Jeff? Not necessarily. Because it could be that you don't need it. Depending on what options you have set here, you might actually not need it. You might not have any collision behavior at all, or your collision behavior might use some other technique. So I guess in this case, we won't make it required. But I want to do this collision without them affecting each other. How do I set it up where the collision is triggered, but the objects do not push on each other? The projectile is in layer projectile and the target in layer default. Rigid body set to kinematic, and a projectile make that kinematic. Okay. Yep, I think that should be it. Kinematic. All right. There was still a push there. I've set the projectile to be is kinematic true, but it still pushes on the target. You know, one thing that could be happening here, the demo target that has the rigid body is different from the thing that has the capsule collider. So if I do that, nope, still getting pushed. You know what? It's going to push if it's not a trigger collider. So it should be on trigger enter then? Because we're using physics, so physics uses collisions. In this case, it's a trigger. I think I'm following you. Let's see then. So on the magic missile, we make this is trigger. So now collision won't work. So on collision won't work. We should expect no collisions. Wait a minute. It's still pushing. What the heck? Is there another? There is another. There was another thing. All right, so now it's not going through. Let me just check something real quick. Turn off the is trigger. Okay. Did I override? I did override this, right? Nope, I didn't. All right, there we go. So you are correct, Jeff. Point to you. 1 point, Jeffendor. We'll say is trigger, but now the collision doesn't happen, so we're going to change the projectile base to let me see. On trigger enter. Ha! You knew what I was going to do. You AI, you. Trigger with other objects. Trigger enter. This, that, the other thing. We're going to remove that. Undo, undo, undo. Don't remove all of that. Keep that there. I'm not sure how we're going to do the audio. Yeah, I'm leaving that in, but all right. Press play. Press that. All right. Collide with. Didn't override. All right, trigger with. Perfect. All right. Trigger with target demo. Null reference. Zombie that out for a second. I don't know how we're going to do that. All right, so it's triggering it. Collision behavior, trigger, enter. And so now we go to our collision behavior. Make that trigger, enter. Oh, is there no... There is. What does it pass in? Collider. We need the point, the collision point. Can we get the collision point? Compute the point of collision. Why is it suddenly trying to make these comments? Closest point on bounds. Oops. Vector 3. Hit point. Position. And we need to do that on our base as well. And we're probably going to need this on the exit, but not necessarily on the stay. Or do we not need that? We can get that from... Let's see. Yeah, we can get that. Okay. Let me undo some things here. Delete, 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 delete. Collider. Okay. We're going to make a version of this that is spawn hit effect at position. And we're going to say vector 3 position. And this is going to be position. Okay, I might rename some of these because this is a trigger collision. But we'll figure it out later. And we're going to put in, whoops, debug.log spawn hit effect at position. Okay. Let's make sure that actually goes. All right. Good. So it is going. Now we need a hit effect. Let's just do a really quick particle. So let's see. We need not looping. Play on awake. Yes. What am I? Mission. Over time 0. Bursts is just 1. Why is it moving up? Speed 0. And no shape. Okay, and then speed or size over lifetime is going to do this, but not make it 2. Go a little bit bigger and then down a little bit. I'll just do like that, I guess. We'll try that. And then color over lifetime is just going to be maybe this with that alpha. And play. Yeah. All right. Speed or lifetime is going to be 0.1. Play. All right. That's fine. We'll go even smaller, 0.05. How about that? Nope. Let's just keep it with 0.1. All right. So we're going to say simple hit particle. Let's throw it down here into the prefabs real quick. Delete that. Then we go to our collision behavior. Basic got hit. Hit effect is not projectile base. Wait. Just a minute. You too, Tech Dave. Thanks for joining. Who defines the explosion? Is the explosion defined by... Yes. Yes. The explosion is defined by this. Okay. And that means that on our collision behavior, this is going to be a game object, hit effect. Yes. Okay. So, simple hit particle. There we go. So now every time it hits something, including the wall, it gives a thing. Now, we can say, if you notice there's some clipping in the, when it's moving towards it, there clips a little bit more. But there's some clipping. So you could modify that to make it pop out a little bit more, because it doesn't stay with the object, right? It just... So when it's moving away, you can see it more. When it's moving towards right here, it's more in. Not that big of a deal. That's something that I think could be modified by a class that derives from it. So clearly we need to, 1, make sure it doesn't collide with the wall, and 2, make sure it collides with a well, it destroys itself. So yeah. So I'm going to do something real quick though here. I want to open this up and make this bigger. All right, we'll make it 3. And quickly just check that, make sure it works. Yeah. So now you can see the clipping a little bit more, but you know. Pew 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 pew. Yeah, the sound is an interesting one. I think the sound is going to be with the explosion. That's why earlier I was talking about I don't know what to do with the audio yet. I'm not sure how I'm going to do the audio. I think the sound is like the explosion, but I'm not sure. But I think see, that's where it's difficult. Because you have the modifiers. Like, what if you modify a target in motion to add like an ice attribute to it, and then all of a sudden you want that explosion to sound like ice, but then you could just change the collision effect, so you wouldn't need to. Yeah, okay. Now to talk it through, sound should probably be on that as well. All right. Create folder particles. All right. All right. Okay. So next step, layers. The layer should live on who defines the layers, the target layers. And the reason why I'm thinking this out loud right now is in a situation where you've got a player and an enemy and a projectile, let's say a rock. The rock can hit anything, and it can collide with anything. So I guess in this case, it's fine. We actually don't need to worry. But you might want to define the layers. We need to define the layers. Let's say we don't care if our projectile hits a wall. It can go through walls, right? Then we will only want it to hit the bad guy. You might or might not want to hit the player. You know? Like if it circles back. And often projectiles do have that issue where they collide with their whoever spawned them. And you have to account for that in one way or shape or form. We have our player and our target enemy. They're both layer default. Yeah. So we need to create a layer field. I have a layer field thing, though, by the way. I made this. A layer field. Layer field. So when I make my custom inspectors that I like to make, if I need to, I can use a layer field. But from this, the magic missile itself will define the things it can hit. So, we go to magic missile. This is projectile base. Projectile base, then, will have all of this stuff. So we're going to do a header, data object, header, data object, and then here we'll do a header behaviors. Oops. And then we will do header options. Yeah, and this is going to be public bool. All right, we can make that an option. That's an interesting option. Um, or not, because we're going to have special destroy logic too, maybe. All right, let's just do what we're going to stop to do with is going to be public layer mask collision mask. And our collision mask is going to be default and projectile. No, not other projectiles, just default. All right, and then on where's our collision happen? What am I doing here? Where's our collision happen? Oh, we do it on the base. The magic missile doesn't care. It can override it if it needs to, but the basic one is just going to check for the collision. Okay. Return if collision is not in the layer mask. All right. Return if the collider is not in the layer mask. Oops. Layer masks are also something that I always get confused about. All right. So now it's not doing it. Did I not set the override? Yep, that was it. That's a very common thing for me to do. Yep. All right. So now let's go one step further. We're going to make a new layer. And this is going to be for the player and the thing. We're going to make this an actor layer. And the demo player is going to be an actor. Let me see. Yeah. And the demo target's going to be an actor. Now the magic missile is also going to collide with actors, but not default. Now it should only attack that, but yeah, it goes through the walls without spying a hit. But obviously for this one, no, maybe not obviously. For this one, we do want to affect the default 2. I just want to make sure that had been working. Yep. Okay. And then we want to destroy them. So the projectile base. On collision enter. By default, should it just destroy? But the other things can choose whether they override that, because like maybe magic missile can hit 5 times or does something else on collision enter, like it hits but then it bounces and does something else. I think by default they can just destroy. So destroy game object. At least I'll go with that for now. All right, so now if I go back to my magic missile prefab, and I change the behavior for movement to just move forward. Now we're moving forward, and it's destroying all those, and it's getting lucky sometimes. Maybe if I do it right, it's getting lucky. Yeah, but there we go. You fire an event and have a destroy behavior subscribed. That could be it. I mean, so it's really going to be. I think destroy needs to be a destroy behavior, because like you might want to do more stuff. And since this is all a behavior based system, destroy behavior makes sense. So we can try that. We can say do a destroy behavior. Let's see, what would that be? It would be like this. So we can just kind of copy. Oops. And we're going to call this new destroy behavior. So basic new basic destroy behavior, destroy behavior, and projectile behavior has destroy. So if you do override, we're going to say destroy projectile base.game object. It seems overkill, right? Thank you, by the way. It seems overkill to have a whole behavior object just for destroy. But to your point, Jeff, your game is unique. Your game is your own. When it destroys, it might do a thing. It might give a point. It might send an event to other things. It could do who knows what else. And so this enables that ability to create a behavior that overrides destroy. So we're gonna go. Let's make this its own script first of all. Where's move to? Move to. So we're going to go back to our projectile base here and have a public destroy behavior. Destroy behavior. So any destroy behavior you write would have to override destroy behavior, inherit or derive from destroy behavior, and then override this destroy. And then for magic missile, well, let's see. So protected virtual void destroy. And actually make this public because anything can destroy, I suppose, right? We're going to say if we have the destroy behavior return, otherwise destroy behavior dot destroy. And this. All right. And oh, interesting. we're going to change this to be do destroy. Because that can be confusing with the destroy, which just takes in a game object. So we're going to call this do destroy. And this one's going to be do destroy as well. All right, so when we call do destroy on the projectile base, we're calling the do destroy on the behavior, destroy behavior, and then that destroys the object. Let's see if this works. Do a new create folder, destroy behavior. Create shell system, basic destroy behavior, destroy immediately, destroy object. We'll just call it that because it immediately has a different thing to it. No options there. So we bring that there. We do the override, apply all. There we go. Now, let's do something here. Let's go back to our movement or projectiles. Bring back the homing. Remove this so there's no destroy behavior. So now it doesn't destroy. If we then on the prefab bring that back in, now anyone that we type add does get destroyed. So the new ones get destroyed, but the old ones don't. They would have to have that added to them here. And then they would if that one eventually hits. There it goes. All right. Boo and a ya. Hit reaction behavior, on hit behavior something, and destroy. Interesting. You know, I may have already had that. That's you. Let's see. Did I have that? Do destroy. Projectile behavior. What do I have? Tick, fix, tick, late, tick, collision, 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 collision. Setup, do destroy. Maybe on destroy was better. So to Jeff's point here, if anyone else is paying attention, we have on trigger enter. It does this. So let's change this to be handle destroy behavior. If we don't have destroy behavior, when else would destroy behavior? Destroy behavior is the logic of when it gets destroyed. It's public because we want to be able to do the destroy from any other object. Like, let's say that all missiles shot by a tank are destroyed when the tank gets destroyed. That's common in a lot of games, right? So you say, oh, the tank was destroyed. Well, for each one, if my parent was destroyed, then I get destroyed. Let me think about this. Let me think. Okay. Because there's a difference between on destroy, what happens when something is destroyed, and the thing that decides whether it gets destroyed. That's the handle destroy behavior. When do you check the handle destroy behavior? How about this? I got an idea. Jeff says, When on trigger enter is called, we really know that the object was collided, and then the user can do whatever they want. Yeah, I think we're on the same page here, Jeff. I believe what I was thinking was we can have a bool here. Not even bool. Let's see. So we could have a bool that says has hit. True. Let's see. Oh, okay. I think this is going back to what you were saying earlier. Okay. If destroy behavior, then destroy behavior, and we're going to say collision enter. Projectile base and collision this. And we'll do the same here. But trigger enter. And we don't need to do handle this. We don't need to handle that. And then on the destroy behavior, we do those. And the Copilot knew what I was doing. Okay, so we do destroy if we trigger enter, or it's going to give me the other options. We also want the collision, collider, enter, collision enter. Where are we? There we go. All right, so now if either of those happen, it's destroyed. You're perfect, Jeff. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And then that way it could be a counter. It could check how many times it hit with the same layer. It can check how many times it hit with the same object. That's entirely up to you for more advanced things. There we go. Seems to be working. Let's make sure I no overrides. So destroy object. We're going to rename this to be destroy on trigger or collision. To be destroy on trigger or collision. There you go. Bob is your uncle. And all that. All right. I'm going to do audio, by the way, when I'm not streaming, because it's a lot easier to do audio when I'm not streaming. But that's that. So there you go. Like deflections are always fun. Absolutely. So let me see. How would you... Like, what if we had... I'm trying to not get too complicated, because I want to be in this whole demo. I'm going to have a lot of behaviors as I work through it all. I'm going to have a lot of behaviors. I'm going to have a lot of behaviors in the demo, because I want to effectively tell people or show people or demonstrate to people how they can expand on this, or just use the things that are already available. But you could have one. Okay, let's make a crazy one that spawns another destroy and spawn again. Destroy and spawn again. Now we're not going to copy it. We're kind of copying that. what we're doing is going to our destroy behavior, and we're going to do a new one called destroy and spawn again. So destroy behavior / we're going to change this. I've been meaning to do this. Destroy and spawn again. And this one's going to be destroy on trigger or collision. And we'll name that new destroy on trigger that. New destroy and spawn again. And this is going to be inherit from destroy behavior. It's going to be destroy and spawn again. It inherits from destroy behavior. Do destroy, but we're going to add a method here or a thing here. We're going to say public game object to spawn, and it's probably going to keep the same target. That was weird. Whoa. I've got some like thing in my eyeball that's like white, like a light, and I like looked at it. All right. It's gone now, but that was weird. I followed it with my eye, but of course it was in my eye, so it went up there. And then while I was talking, I saw it again, like there. It kind of, if I'm looking here, it'd be like up there. I don't know if that makes sense, up and to the right, but it's gone now. All right, so instead of just destroying, we are going to destroy it, but first we're going to spawn a thing. So spawn a new particle, spawn new projectile. Private void spawn new projectile. If the object spawns null, then we'll return. Otherwise, object to spawn. And this is going to be very similar to our demo caster. This is going to be, we're going to just copy this and we're going to make this just destroy and spawn. No more again. So we're going to do object to spawn where we're going to do is the position. So if we go to our collision behavior, it's going to be either okay, so let's change this to statement body. And vector 3 position. All right. And then on this collision behavior, we had uh-oh. Oh, we should change this. This is going to be trigger enter. what is this actually doing? On trigger enter, it spawns a hit effect. So trigger enter spawn object. So that's all this is doing, is saying trigger enter spawn object. Right? Because it could be anything. It doesn't have to be a hit effect. Object to spawn. Spawn object at position. So we could, you can make a composite, destroy behavior, and hold an array and go through them with a loop. Yeah, I think the thing is where we could do this spawn another object on the collision, or we could do the spawn another object on destroy. Different dynamic in a game, clearly. But let's say your projectile gets destroyed in midair and has this destroy object, then it would spawn another one immediately versus the on hit would only. So it does, you could do these in both places. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, wait, okay, let me think. Yeah, okay, never mind. What are we doing here? Because we don't have. So it's going to be destroy and spawn. And it's just a void. Okay, so we're only going to handle a trigger on this one. Why am I doing that? Because the collision behavior trigger, yeah. Oh. But destroy behavior handles both. So if it's a destroy behavior, it has to handle both because it's being called from both. Okay, so I do need to do that. Point of collision. Do destroy and spawn with the point of collision. Okay, there we go. So now we can handle both. And so we'll change this back to destroy and spawn. And destroy and spawn object. Destroy and spawn object. All right. Um, okay, so here's the deal. You can still call destroy behavior up here, and it's going to do destroy. That's, we want to be able to call that. So we still need that down here. We need to do that public override void do destroy. Well, we'll just do this, but instead of just destroying the object, whoops, we're going to destroy the object and spawn it at let's see. The method you call is do destroy, so you can destroy it, and then we're going to destroy and spawn at this position. Projectile base dot position transform dot position. Okay. Do destroy and spawn. Projectile base and projectile base position. Okay. So if you call do destroy, it doesn't matter if it's one that spawns or not. It's still going to destroy. This one's just going to happen to spawn at this position. Okay, so we need all three still. All right, there we go. Destroy and spawn. So it's going to spawn, then it's going to destroy. Spawning, projectile base, projectile spawn transform is going to be position. Let's see. Spawn new projectile. Game object, or just target. And target. Okay, let me do that here first. Down here we're going to do game object target. We're going to pass all of these in, I guess. It's a whole party. New projectile. Parent base. Dot transfer. From the parent to the target. Okay. And target is going to be projectile base dot target. All right. Okay, then we can say, call this just parent transform and make this a transform. Call it parent transform and put in this dot transform. Okay, there we go. Will that work? Let's find out. So now we've got destroy on trigger. We can create a new projectile system, destroy behavior, destroy and spawn object. And we're going to call this spawn destroy and spawn magic missile. So you could add this to anything, but we are going to add here a magic missile. And this, in the example I showed earlier, but with the trees, I lost it, but where you spawn a tree, you could do that. And then on our magic missile, instead of destroying trigger, we're going to destroy and spawn a magic missile. And this one has no target. So this one should just keep destroying and spawning a new one. I didn't hit anything. Let's see. Oh, shit. Well. Force quit. Do you know what I did? I spawned an infinite number of magic missiles. I think Mr. Beast tried to do that. I think there might be companies that do that, actually, that use drones to shoot seed packets into the ground really hard. So basically they can just send a drone out to go and just throw seed packs, seed bombs, basically, into the ground faster than humans could, and just spawn force, basically. But it takes a lot longer. It takes a lot of years. All right, so that didn't work because it was infinite. So let's do something here. Let's not actually instantiate yet. And we're going to say debug.log destroy and spawn, or whatever, just something. I think we're just going to get a shit ton of interesting. So it's doing the trigger. Let me make sure my settings are right. Ah. Yeah. Destroy and spawn magic missile. How come it's not doing the basic got hit particle? Ah, this didn't get saved in the crash. All right. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Did I? You know what I didn't do? Serializable. I think I have to do that. And I think I have to do it on all of these. I'm eventually going to have to organize these. All right. All right. Okay. 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 So this is working now. Nope. Object to spawn is not set. That's why it wasn't debugging. Magic missile. Save. Save project just in case we crash again. And all right, so it's doing that. It's doing it only once. I think the problem is that's colliding with this over and over or something. Huh. Let's quickly ask the AI. In spawn new projectile, I think it's not an infinite loop, but it is similar where it spawns and spawns and spawns, always destroying, but always spawning a new one right away. What could be the issue? It is, but it shouldn't collide with itself because particles or projectiles aren't. So I was thinking there might be a number of lives. That would be interesting, but your current information doesn't lead to a new projectile being spawned every time a collision is detected. In turn, each new projectile will continue to spawn more projectiles upon a collision. However, this isn't an infinite loop because this is a control flow of. It isn't a control flow structure that keeps repeating indefinitely. Instead, a new projectile is only created when a new method is called. You know what the issue is? The issue is that it's when it's called, it goes to look at the target, so it's instant. It's instantly hitting it. What we really want to do is have it come out away and then fly back to the target, right? So right now when we do the projectile launch, on the, where'd it go? Magic missile. When we do launch, where do we do the look at? We do the movement behavior setup. And on this, we do the look at forward position, projectile base, forward position, spawn forward position. So, wait a minute. Spawn transform. We set the spawn transform to be the spawn transform here. When we cast launch, we cast the spawn transform here. And when we do launch on this, parent transform is the object we're about to destroy. So what we want to do We want to do that, but we want to look at not the forward, but the back. We want it to spawn facing the other direction. We're going to destroy this frame, so we can rotate this. And so we're going to do a public vector 3 representing 180-degree rotation from front to back. So public vector 3 rotation from parent is going to be 180 degrees. So right before this, we're going to say parent rotate parent transform by rotation from parent. Okay. And then it should spawn look forward from that. We're going to save everything, save the project. Nope, don't save as, save everything. Just save project. I've always wondered what the difference between save and save project is, but all right. It worked. There you go. Let's talk about ping pong, Jeff. Oh, shit. All right. So it is possible for it to not work. And now we see what happened there. Do we all see what happened there? Whoops, wrong button. Wrong thing to force quit. So how do we stop that from happening? We need a cooldown timer. We need a timer. I mean, because like this one hits the wall, and in fact, let me make sure these all okay. I think they saved this time. So if we move this wall segment, let's duplicate it and move it back here. So when we press play, this is going to go back and forth indefinitely. Whoa. Oh, shit. No. No. That was not expected. Was not intended. So I'm going to remove this thing that I added because I expected this magic missile to just bounce back and forth, essentially, to die and create a new one. But look, create a bunch of them. And now it's creating a whole bunch more. Does that always happen? Okay, so I'm gonna add a what am I gonna add? I don't know how to stop that from happening. Debug.log object this or parent Parent transient game object dot name is spawning a new one. All right. Let's just see. I want to confirm that it's each child spawning a bunch. Because I wouldn't expect it could spawn a bunch. Okay. Magic missile is spawning a new one. Magic missile spawned it 4 times. Okay, so it's another issue here. Why did it spawn it 4 times? Okay. Let's look at the log here. That's weird. It's the exact same. Oh, because it's triggering with multiple cubes at once? Interesting. Okay. So we need a private bool here. Bool spawned equals false. And if the option null or spawned, then we return. And we're going to say spawned equals true. So it's colliding with multiple things at once. And it's triggering all these before it destroys. That's my new theory. So it does get destroyed, but in that time, every single thing it collided with. Yeah, so now we're only launching one new one. We get all those hit particles, and so that means we also need to adjust on the hit collision behavior. What would we call the collision behavior one? Basic got hit particle is this. Well, that'll be for someone else to decide. Okay, this should now work with just one. Yeah. Wait, did it even spawn a magic missile? Good point. Good point. We're not doing an instance of it. So that's why it disappeared. So Jeff, you're right. It's a scriptable object. So we've set this to true. Okay, so we're just going to delete that. Maybe that's why I had the long time ago, early in part of the stream, I zombie coded something, this initialization, which could be used to make instances of the scriptable object. A initialization method that creates instances of the behavior scriptable objects. Nope. The same as above for each effect modifier. Is not that smart yet. All right. For each var effect modifier, no, make it a for loop. Okay. Will this is there overhead? First, will the instantiate here correctly replace the scriptable object in each, such as movement behavior, with an instance of that scriptable object? Also, is there any concerns on performance by doing this? Okay. As for the performance, some processing resources, but in most cases that should not be a significant issue. However, if you're initializing many projectiles and their associated data frequently, and you've identified this as a performance bottleneck, then you'll need to look into optimization, such as pooling. So that's really about object pooling, and that's separate from this. Will this eventually affect garbage collection? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to work on the idea that, okay, this is going to be an object, just like creating, 1,000. If you're going to have a bullet hell system, right, and you're creating tens of thousands of objects, you're going to want to do an object pool. And so I'm going to eventually add an object pool to this, or a basic object pool that demonstrates that you could do it or you couldn't, because in a game where you're just shooting a bow and arrow once every twice a second or something, if there's not tons of objects in it, it really isn't going to be much of a concern, and you don't want to over engineer it, I suppose. So let's try that. We'll go with that. But then now on the initialize, why do we need data? We don't. So we are going to do this on awake. Public void on awake. Well, fuck. I was thinking to myself, oh, I shouldn't have pressed play. Okay, force quit. But I got lucky, and then I just clicked the button. All right. So I changed that code, but I didn't put back in the counter code. Destroy and spawn had. All right. All right. Everything should be the same, though. Let's just... I'm going to do it right this time, though, and we'll do this. Okay. There's only one magic missile. It seems to... not be doing it. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so since this one was already in the scene, it didn't do awake. It should have, though, right? Okay, but what we're going to do, we're going to ignore all of that anyways, because we're going to do on all projectile behaviors will have a setup. And on our destroy and spawn, we'll do public virtual setup spawned equals false. They knew what I was going to do, but how come why aren't I able to do setup public virtual void setup projectile base? Whoops. Forgot void. Override void set projectile base. And we need to remember to do this for all of them. Destroy behavior. Destroy behavior. This. All right, let's see if that's... Oh, yeah. Okay. Wait. I don't know. Let's do one. In this case, we didn't get another magic missile. Why? What? Okay. Debug.log. Initializing game object.name. All right, let's see. Not sure. It should be creating a brand new instance for each one that gets created, but we didn't get the initialized there. And we didn't get it there. Destroy behavior, trigger, enter. Let's just make sure I've got the right one. Destroy and spawn. Trigger, enter. Do destroy and spawn. Spawn new projectile. If object is spawned and or spawned is so spawned must be true. Okay. Okay, so frustrating. We need to basically save it. So the script compiles and then save it again to undo it. All right, now let's try again. If it happens once but not a second time, then it's definitely not making the instances. It spawned a whole shit ton of them. Let me try a different way here. What's the hotkey for pausing? Is it Command Shift P? Yes. Okay. All right. We launched, but there's no initialize message, so I don't think it initialized properly. It's when it hits the cubes that it does it, because it hits a bunch of cubes. See? What's going on? Is there an awake here that I'm overriding? Nope. Awake. I said on awake. It was supposed to be awake. It's getting late, and my brain, my poor little brain. It was supposed to be awake, and I did on awake. Command Shift P. Okay. It initialized, but then it did this thing. So we need to do if movement behavior, then that. All right. It initialized it. Create a new one. It's going to hit the wall. And create just one new one. Should I okay, I'm taking a chance. There we go. It's kind of funny. Boing, 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 boing. Now, this is spawning a brand new particle. You could create logic, I suppose, to dynamically spawn an even bigger one or figure out what the article should spawn when it spawns. You could also make this on hit so that it doesn't have to destroy and spawn an article. It just on hit, it just bounces. And then it's the same one over and over, right? So. There we go. And of course, you can change that by going to your prefabs, magic missile, and instead of saying destroy and spawn magic missile, just say destroy on trigger or collision. Boom, 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 boom. So if we wanted to do that bounce effect, so the similar effect but not spawning a new one. I mean, you could do spawn 2, but that would get chaotic fast. Then collision behavior is going to be basic got hit particle. And we're going to create a new one instead of in collision behavior. And we'll do, let's fix this, trigger, enter. Wait a minute. Oh, it's trigger, enter, spawn, object. Okay, so spawn object and bounce. Okay, that's right. I changed this to be collision behavior is new trigger, trigger, enter, and spawn object, which is in this case just a simple got hit. We have to. Okay, we're gonna have to add. I'm gonna add debug.log to do add collision behavior because we're doing trigger enter, so collision enter. So we should do collision enter too, I suppose, just like we did for the death. But for now, and bounce. And bounce, collision behavior. Collision, spawn, object, and bounce. And all we're really going to do here is in destroy and spawn, we're going to keep this kind of logic. Rotation, bounce, rotation is going to be just backwards. You could override this and make it more dynamic, I suppose. Yeah, if it spawned 2 children, it would take... I mean, it would take a while to get so crazy, but you'd have to have a max, for sure. A cap. So now we're just going to do the... base.spawn object position, projectile, base, and position. And then we're going to do bounce. Bounce. Okay, bounce. So now we're going to say rotate. So projectile. We have that code here already, don't we? Destroy and spawn. Rotate, rotate, rotate. Rotate. Oh, so it's going to be projectile base dot transform. We have to pass this in, of course. Rotate, bounce rotation. So now it should just bounce. Let's see. If we go to our magic missile in our prefabs, and we have to add it. So our collision behavior, basic got hit particle, create collision, trigger, enter, spawn object, and bounce. Move the script out real quick as well into its own actual script file. So basic got hit particle and bounce. And where's our simple hit particle? All right. And then in our magic missile, we can change that to got hit and bounce. And we can press play and hope it works. If I click, it did not. Oh, because it still destroys. So since we have to do that, we have to remove the destroy so we don't destroy it. Okay. So it's not rotating properly. Let's slow it down and see what happens. How about instead of that, we say var position transform dot backwards, forward, backward. Is backward a thing? Is it possible to get transform dot backward? Okay. Doesn't make logical sense to me, but that's okay. And then we'll just say transform.look at position. Look at position. Okay. And then we won't need this bounce rotation at that point, because we're just saying look at the back. Let's see if that works. Nope. Let's make sure it's actually doing the bounce. Debug.log bounce. Oh, it's not doing the bounce. Why isn't it doing the bounce? Debug.log bounce spawn object at position. Debug.log should bounce. It hides method. Oh. We're overriding it. I still have virtual. Should have made it override. Whoa, that looks good. Cool. I like it. And then, oh, thank you, Jeff. I think we should add var or the public int max bounces equals -1, and then bounce count equals 0, and we'll do a counter here. Bounce count plus plus. So we're not going to public destroy behavior after bounce, after max bounces. So if bounce count is greater than that, and does not equal null, do destroy max bounces. So this is going to be interesting. Will this work? If it does, then that's really cool. So what we got going on here is our collision behavior and bounce. We're going to add in our destroy and spawn magic missile. And we're going to give it 5 bounces. And I'm going to save, just in case something wonky goes on. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3. It did. Oh, not that time. Do you know why? Wait. Why didn't it? It should have. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it the scriptable object issue again? What if we do protected override void setup? Oh, there's no setup method. I think I've now set. I don't know. Do destroy. Let's make this statement by, what's going to say? Debug.log do destroy. Oh, no. Do destroy and do destroy spawned is spawned. I think that might be the issue. We may have changed the scriptable object again. Spawned is true, yeah. So we must have changed the scriptable object again. We need to do... Okay, so we need to do initialize on that as well. So, okay, yeah. No issue. Okay. Where's my script? So first I'm going to do... This is going to be temporary. Or public. Okay. Setup. Okay. Maybe that's all we need to do. But that's still changing. We still need to make an instance. So this should solve the problem right now, but it's not going to solve the problem in the end. This is where it happens. Okay, launch is... So this should repeat indefinitely. The problem should be solved now. Yeah. But it's not quite right. Oh, wow. It's bouncing off... What is it bouncing off? I don't know. It looked like it was bouncing off nothing in the middle of the air. Because what we really need to do... make this more readable. And then var new destroy behavior, or equals instantiate that. So create a new instance of it, basically, so that again that we don't mess up the scriptable object. All right. Perfect. All right, so now we can change this behavior. So if we do collision behavior, this is going to be in bounce, basic got hit particle, bounce, spawn, bounce x5, and then spawn magic missile. And this is just going to be basic got hit particle, bounce x5. Because in this one, we're not going to have this. So now we've got two different versions of the same thing. So we go our magic missile. And we say, okay, we don't want to spawn. We want to change that. Don't spawn it. Now just destroy after 5. All right. That's fine. Can do that. Thank you, game designer. And they're not being destroyed. Why not? Oh. Interesting. So if you have okay, I know what's going on. If you have a max bounces, you have to have a destroy. But we're just going to do a quick destroy. Yeah. There you go. So if you have a max bounces, you have to have a destroy. Otherwise, the max bounces won't matter because there's no way for it to destroy. So that's going to be, it's really where custom inspectors come in, and also tooltips. Because what would be great is if you have max bounce, not -1, and destroy. I mean, really, max bounce should be a bool in a custom inspector. If I make custom inspectors for these, I'll do it later, but it's always a toss-up between, because I know other people won't necessarily make custom inspectors, and so, yeah. But ideally, if this is -1, or not -1, this is null, there should be an error, a warning box saying, uh-oh, you know. I could add a, is there a way to add a help box in here? Help. Header. Bounce. Header. Max bounces. Optional. Can't use Odin. Can't use Odin because it's going to be sold. I can do a tooltip. Tooltip. If max bounce is greater than -1, then a destroy behavior must be set. Also, there should not be any destroy behavior set on the projectile itself. Oh yeah, they could use it. That's true. They could use it if they're using it. I wish I could use it, but nonetheless, I've never actually used it because of that fact, because of that reason. All right. I mean, so this is something. It at least gives you a tooltip there. I mean, I could put the tooltip over both of them as well, just to really drive home. So no matter what you hover over. So, and then we can make another one that bounce forever. And then this one's just going to be -1. And we can leave this blank. And so now if we go to magic missiles. And we do basic hit, bounce forever. Then they should just bounce forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and never, never, never disappearing. And they'll just keep going forever and ever. And ever 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 and ever. We need some destroy logic on these particles. I'll do that. But all right, I think that's good for now. I think for the folks, the regular folks who were here earlier, they would like to have seen this. This was neat. I think I made good progress today. I'm very happy with myself. And Jeff, thank you for participating. I really appreciate it. I don't know if I've seen you on the streams before. I may have, but not ringing a bell. It's been over a month since my last stream. But if you're new to the streams, thanks for coming. I appreciate it. If you're not on the Discord, you might be on the Discord under some other name, but come to the Discord. For everybody else, come to the Discord as well. Don't forget, by the way, the links in the downstairs in the description has a Black Friday has a week left. There's some Infinity PBR stuff. There's a lot of non-Infinity PBR stuff on sale there too. And all that stuff. Oh, thanks, Jeff. I'm glad you like my stuff. Hopefully, I'll continue to produce awesome stuff, including a lot more awesome tools. That's the big thing for 2024. New human system and tools. That's the focus. So there we go. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I will see you on the flip side. Bye-bye.